Good afternoon everyone and welcome to the stream. My name's El Magnifico. My name's Robert and I'm from El Magnifico Games, and today we are going to begin our playthrough of Myst 5. Now if you'll bear with me 1 second, I will try and get that set up again. This game has been giving me quite a lot of technical problems so far. So I'm afraid you'll have to bear with me while I start it up again, and fingers crossed things will work. Nope, that's not right. And you have no sound. Let me remedy that. Oh dear. Okay, I think we're good. We've made it to the main menu. Yeah, this game's been giving me quite a lot of trouble so far, some of which I'm sure you will see shortly. Still, I'll start a new game. I'll start a new game, and unfortunately, I'm pretty sure you're about to lose at least audio again, so I'll have to set that up again. It's possible you'll lose video temporarily. Hello, Grixis, how are you? So bear with me a second. Yes, you've lost audio again. Hold on, just trying to get back to the game now.
My sons. I've lost my father, my grandmother, my dear wife, Catherine. And now I fear my only daughter is gone as well. And for what? For the slimmest hope that things could be put right. What began as my tedious life in the cleft, holding out hope for more, is returned to the same. I've gone to great lengths to watch the end be written. Now I find myself alone in a sandstorm in Tomana, waiting for a single grain of sand to fall. Dunny's future is like an hourglass. As the final grain slips through, I wait and I tremble, losing hope that the hourglass will be turned over once again. The age may just simply end, expended and lifeless. I have passed my cursed burden on to my cherished daughter, Isha. She has either understood and embraced it, or the weight of it has crushed her. I fear it has been far too long. My hope has waned. If Isha has failed, is anyone left who can understand? Oh, I am old and so tired. And once again, I am useless. Today, I will put an end to my useless waiting and go on to a better place.
And so we begin in a room with these creatures, whatever they may be. Some of those just faded out of existence. Anyway, if you will bear with me one more second, my audio is a bit bugged. I need to fix that. Although your audio should be fine. There we go. I think we're good. I think everyone has audio. And I think the game's running properly. So yes, I apologise for just the series of technical problems we've just had, but this game, for whatever reason, does not like running on my system. I'll enable subtitles now. Believe it or not, you can't even enable subtitles until you get this far. I don't know if the cinematics have subtitles, but so far as I can tell, if they do, there is no way to play the subtitles in the opening cinematic because you cannot enable this from the main menu. It's disabled. Another thing, this Myst game seems to be fully 3D, but it has a series of control schemes. Classic mouse click seems to be most similar to Myst 1. Classic Plus seems to be most similar to the third and the fourth game. Free move should be brilliant, because you can, you know, move around the game as if it was any modern game. Wow, I say any modern game. Any first person. As per normal first person modern games. Problem is, I don't use WASD, and if I try and rebind this, it claims it's unmapped. I am actually pressing perfectly sensible buttons on my keyboard. It doesn't... It cares not. Anything I click, it just thinks it's supposed to unmap for some reason. I don't understand why. So we'll probably be using Classic Plus. Oh, hold on. One other thing I need to do. There we go. I can see everyone's comments now. So yeah, another thing I've noticed is I get quite a lot of frame drops. I don't know why I'm getting frame drops. This game came out in 2005. I had this up initially on the main menu when I was playing my normal stream intro, and I noticed it dropping frames then. So just having it in the background on the main menu was causing frame drops on the rest of my system and making my system less responsive. So Grixis says, well, you do if the same key's already bound. That's not true. I was pressing a variety of keys that were not the bound ones. Like, I can press W now, which isn't bound. I can press E. I can press R. I can press Shift. I can press slash. It doesn't matter. It doesn't want to let me rebind them. Anyway. I mean, I don't mind. The game still seems to be playable, but I just wanted to establish the fact that I have been having troubles with this game so far. So don't be surprised if there continues to be difficulties heading forwards. Also, it's lovely to see you, Pengy. Many strange things. Think it was this game. I got a decent modern resolution by modifying the config files. I had a look at their config files and they're not in plain text, so they're using some binary format. I don't know why. But it doesn't look very straightforward to modify them. The reason I was looking at the config files is because there's no... I don't like the way they've done the audio. There's no... I don't know why they were there. Anyway, I don't like the way they've done the audio because there's no master slider, so I'd have to set all these manually, and there's no numbers or anything like that. So I actually, when I set up my streams, I actually try to get the game volume to a certain level where I know it won't overpower my voice, so I know like what volume it should be, and if I don't have some sort of numeric representation, it can be very hard to actually get the game volume not too quiet and not too loud. So I went into their config files and found that they weren't easy to edit either. Anyway, I'm not here to complain about the game. Just making the point that this game has been a bit of a problem so far. Anywho, so that's where we are. I think you got the benefit of almost all of the intro video. So let's get into it. Oh, the other reason I should have the other thing I was going to say was that from the menu I can actually turn the resolution all the way up to 1080p, which is my monitor's resolution. But the reason I haven't done that is because of the frame drops. The frame drops get worse, which makes sense. But I think it's probably better that we have a lower resolution and the game is smooth most of the time than a high resolution and it's jerky. I mean, I can't complain that it isn't set up for streaming. It's from 2005. I know what you mean, but I feel like the sort of bugs I've been running into aren't specifically to do with streaming. It just seems that the engine's buggy. Anyway, like I say, let's get into it. I mean, you can see the frame drops. Looking at a wall. That's odd. Why can't I travel up there? Because there seem to be stairs there. I'd assume if I had free move that I'd be able to. Hold on, I'll temporarily go to free move. I can use the up arrow and down arrow, can't I? Yeah, so... Oh, okay. Okay, so it wouldn't let me go up there because there's nothing to see there. Fair enough. That's worth remembering then. Do let me know how it's how watchable the stream seems to be on your end, and if there's anything that is particularly bothering you, because if it turns out that the game just won't run well enough for streaming, then I may have to put it down and possibly come back to it later if I can figure something out to make it run better. Okay. This is interesting. My Myst 5 journal. Does that not have spaces, or are the spaces tiny? The spaces are tiny. Anyway, fair enough. And this is... This appears to be how I save games, I assume. With an in-world artifact. Ooh. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Oh, wow. Okay, so I come back out and I end up in the room I was in before, but if I do that, that doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, fair enough. I'm wondering if this is just showing me things, or if this is actually a means of transportation. Oh, hello there.
So, friend, the tablet has responded to you. Of course. If you're seeking my father, his time has passed.
So this must be Yisha.
He won't be requiring your assistance. The book to his cursed island lays locked and gathering dust in his prison. That book, along with his pain and his burden, have been passed to me. And now you will know it too.
Oh, wonderful.
You will listen carefully. This is not to be taken lightly. The tablet has responded to you. It will be your burden. Choose wisely in the end, for there will be no second chance. Many have taken this tablet, and they tried not to let go. It is the power of the writing. It seduces all who try to hold it. I have held it, tasted its sweetness. But I can hold it no longer. They have served too long.
Interesting.
Always serving. Ever watching. And now perhaps you will see how to release them. First, collect what's been scattered, and then the tablet will be released. Then you will hold it. You will find in each age along the journey that there will be help, and there will be hindrance. You will start this journey where I started, where my father Atris started, where my great-grandmother Tiana started. You will end this journey here, when the tablet is released. When you return, the tablet will be yours. When the tablet is yours, do not give it to me. What you still don't understand, you have failed to hear or don't need to know. Begin.
Ooh. I'm not quite sure how she did that. She's magical now, apparently.
Seen Yisha. She was, I'm sure, not very hospitable. You're confused, no doubt. My name is Escher. It is my pleasure to meet you. She has given you the quest. Yes, quest. The quest to carry the four, the quest to release the tablet, the quest that is proving to be more difficult than she anticipated. Many have taken the quest, and the tablet still has no master. I will tell you what she will not. I will help you when she will not. But she and I agree on this point. Do not give her the tablet.
How peculiar.
She's lied to you already. Uttered words that bite her heart as they leave her lips. She wants the tablet more than anything. She desires what she can no longer feel, but once tasted. You must not. Whatever happens, give it to her. Oh, she is the desert bird that longs to fly. She has dreams of taking flight in her ambiguous world filled with vague clouds and shadowed air. Careful. She is a clever one. I'm sorry. I'm overwhelming you. Look for the hole in the ground. That's where your journey begins.
Okie dokie.
I will find you.
Why is everyone magic all of a sudden? They apparently don't need linking books anymore. They can just teleport themselves or other people wherever they wish. Oh well, that's the first puzzle solved. Not the hardest we've encountered in the series yet, but progress nevertheless. Now that's a funny little creature, isn't it? Is that the same creature we saw at the start of the game? Or is that a different one? I think its proportions are slightly different. I could be wrong. Morning, Trumpet. Yep, I'm just starting it. That's disconcerting. I do hope that's not a Gru. I mean, when you, assuming those are eyes, which is obviously what it resembles, when you look at how far apart they are, that is a big creature. Okay.
These pages are my journey, my story, my path. They're not meant to cover up, but to reveal. Sometimes in poems, sometimes in story, sometimes clear, sometimes vague, sometimes long, sometimes brief. But the release of these words is a soothing elixir to my burdened soul. The words must flow from me, or I will die. And in the end, these words are crumbs that spill along my path, and whoever eats these crumbs will know more of me.
Interesting. And that's where it ends. Okay then. You know, I don't think we've encountered architecture quite like this before in the series. Oh, another one.
I am finding where I am by understanding where I was. And everything I was is linked to the Island of Mist, the refuge. And I must know where they were as well. My heritage, my people, my family. My father, the prisoner of the hidden and the revealed. Raised by Tiana, who hid the truth. Then raised by Gen, who revealed the truth. But Tiana hid for love, and Gen revealed for power. Mother, too, nothing more than a slave to what she knew and what she felt. Taught by Gen to write what she knew, then taught by Tiana to write what she felt. But Gen's teachings imprisoned her, and Tiana's teachings freed her. And in the end, through the hidden and revealed, through the known and the felt, through the good and the evil, through the gods and the devils, they came together. Together they came, father floating and mother caring, father knowing and mother feeling. And my great-grandmother Tiana watched, and my grandfather Gen fell. And so began our path of pain. Tiana was called the Destroyer, but she brought them together, and lived with them on Mist Island. Father could not keep Mist simple. New structures and new ages he brought. Mother could not keep Mist solitary. 2 new sons she brought, my brothers, Cirrus and Achenar. And they grew up strong and hungry and lustful, like their grandfather Gen, unable to control the power of books, the power of writing ages. And as a result, all became prisoners, prisoners in their refuge. I will never return to that place.
I would say, although the events of the Myst series have never been particularly happy ones, I do feel this game has a bit more of a... where did they just go? A bit more of a depressing tone than the previous ones have had, at least so far.
Pride is a thief. Pride stole the soul of the Denis people. Pride stole my own brothers. The temptation was too great. It is not the power, but the desire for power that destroys. That desire is in my blood. The blood of my ancestors, the blood of my flesh. I fight it, but I am pulled even now. My father tried to hide what he valued, his books and ages, while my brothers tried to hide what they valued, riches and power. Father was trusting, or naive, and ages and people were destroyed. And so my family was imprisoned. My brothers in ages written by father. Father in a Denis prison he had escaped from in childhood. And mother in the world she loved and feared the most. Riven, her home, her refuge. Perhaps it's why I now fear my home, my refuge. And then by the maker, or by the roll, a stranger found the book. The book had been intended to be destroyed by fire, but by the maker, or by the roll, it was taken far away. The book was preserved until it was time. Surely it was the maker who preserved the book that would bring help. Now it was time. A stranger found the book, came to the island and freed father. A lesson was learned. A friendship was forged. Friendship. The least are my friends. I must use the least wisely. I must listen to them and respect them. They are powerful, they are willing, and they are afraid.
Pinky says, yeah, maybe. I've just felt all of them have been kind of odd, having 2 sons locked away and then a daughter to replace the failed sons, so haven't really thought of the others as happy. No. Well, that and the sons going around destroying worlds and what have you, destroying ages. But the other games didn't have this, this monologue that you were following, in which one of the main characters explains how their life has been destroyed. I suppose you could say that the other games left a lot of the hardship and pain to your imagination, whereas this game tries to make it quite explicit.
Oh! How could this be? On their backs, this fallen empire was built. What hypocrisy. Such abuse of power. I think they even deluded themselves into believing their own lies. It pains me to the point of ill. It makes me pleased that they are dead. What hate is in me.
Well, that's odd. Why would you bother to record that? And who was the intended... who had they intended would receive and listen to it? Has this all been set up for my benefit? Journal entry, you say? You mean this? I suppose. But it seems like an odd place to just randomly leave a recording. Then again, it seems pretty odd that her journal seems to have been torn apart and spread all over the place. And yes, I did see the linking book. I'm just exploring the the rest of the areas in this age first.
I apologize for the goggles earlier, but my eyes are not accustomed to the sun in this age. I have taken this same journey, this same quest, and failed. I'm not proud of my failure, yet I think that what I learned will be useful in your quest. Your journey continues through that door.
It's so disconcerting when they do that. Because by all accounts they should not have that ability. And it's very intimidating.
The stranger, the friend, returned again to help Father save Mother. Imagine a stranger traveling to Riven, risking all, asking for nothing. I think of humility, thinking more of others. Humility. Prisoners are freed by nothing more and nothing less. Again, my grandfather, my heritage. Ugh. That monster who thought himself a god was once again imprisoned. Perhaps he still rules that desolate, empty, and dead place, riven by the pride and bitterness of his own heart. But more likely, he is in another desolate, empty, dead place where there is weeping. I hope he is miserable. I cannot forgive him for what he did. It eats at my heart. I hate him because I have his same desires. Mother and Father came again together to the refuge, to Mist Island. But it was only a shell, a place to exist. A fallen place, torn apart by pride, just as the great Denis city was. Just as I am. Torn. What is a stranger? Someone who is not me? Yet sometimes I feel like a stranger to myself. I become two, one who I know and one who I do not. Where does this other one come from? Which one is me?
I do become increasingly concerned about Yisha's mental health. Ooh. Okie dokie. And I'm guessing this is a similar mechanism. Oh, but this one doesn't seem to be working properly. Okay, so we won't be getting through there soon.
Regaro, Tigua. The great shaft. Amazing, is it not? Built by those from beneath, my people. I am Dakhni. It was this shaft that permitted the great-grandmother of Yisha to find our deep city. Rather than bore you with tedious details, you need only know this. She killed us all, and the great Dakhni city lies lifeless and ruined.
Tedious
There
details,
is a
he
room
says.
at the end of this first elevator, a small room with a Dakhni rest age book for the Dakhni who would have traveled this path. The book will link you to Direbo. I will come to you then.
Our first note. Direbo. Although he hit the R hard, didn't he? Dorebo. I'll go back to that. Lover shortly. But before then, let's see what's down here. Ah, that's as far as I can go. So there's a good chance that there isn't in fact a dead city down there. I mean in terms of the game. I'm not accusing Escher of having deceived me. Although I suppose I should be alive to the possibility, since I don't know him. Huh. And I don't seem to be able to interact with that anymore. Ah, okay, this is the way down. Fair enough. Wait, where did that... When I look in, there's this... Ah, there it is. Okie dokie. So this is the city, is it? No? I don't think so. I don't think we're all the way down. Ooh. Another journal entry.
To Mana, my home. The place where I was, the place where I began. I was a spark of joy to Mother and Father after their fire was almost quenched. And yet what joy could we have had if my brothers had been there as well? Still torn. Father and Mother loved and shared with me their desert bird. Father shared wisdom and knowledge, and Mother shared visions and dreams. When did they come to know my destiny? Surely not from birth. As I look back, they knew so much, they saw so clearly. They planted and watered so that I would learn how to do the same. I would not realize it until long after I was to see them no longer. Am I the grower because they taught me? Or did they teach me because I am the grower? Torn. But peace was not yet with us. From the past an enemy came seeking revenge, but there was help for a third time. Without help, where would we be? Would there be a grower? Would there be a seed to grow? It's all been so fragile. But it must be by the Maker I am here, and there is meaning. Or it may be by the role I am here, and there is no meaning.
Oh, I see. She's using roll, presumably to refer to random chance. Like a roll of the dice. I'm guessing that if I continue down this way, yep, more of it's been destroyed. That's odd. This looks very much like the room we were in before. And that looks very much like the same age. But I see that that's different. Sorry. Let me, that's not correct. I see, I now recognise that there's this bit down here which may be different, is what I meant to say. So I'd need to go back up to check if it's different. A different journal entry.
I am sick of the grower. Oh yes, some believe in prophecies that predict the restoration of Denis. The fallen city of Denis would grow. There were attempts before, and there will be attempts again. They always fail. Even those led by my father tried. They learned great things of the Maid and the Maker. They learned of the Barrow, of the least, and of deeper truths. They learned of Father and his wisdom in rebuilding and rewriting. The Denis city came alive again for a time. The dead were properly buried and the living were properly cared for. Denis took short, labored breaths. Sap flowed, though the tree did not grow, for there was no grower. Even Father did not see then as I do now. The grower had not come. I had not come. I am the grower. I failed. And I think of myself as worthy. I am nothing. The failed child of failed parents, of failed grandparents. How many generations must fail before we give up? Why do I try? I have failed with the tablet already. There are no second chances here. And yet I long to hold it and try once more.
Sounds like there may be some megalomania going on here, and possibly a Messiah complex. Okay, so I guess I'll pop back up. I will check to see if the bottom part of that linking book is the same or different. I assume this will take me back up. Looks that way. And once I know the answer to that, I'll probably come back here and go down another level and see what I find. I think it was when we, in one of the previous streams that somebody in chat mentioned that Myst is essentially a series about a dysfunctional family. And that certainly seems applicable at the moment. Yes, it is different. Okay. That looks like a Denis number. I think that might be 5. But I don't want to click on the book to zoom in because I'm conscious that it may just interpret that as trying to link. What are those symbols? Let me go back to my Riven notes. I could quite believe it, Trumpet. Oh my goodness, these notes are a long way back. Pages and pages and pages of Myst notes. No, I don't think it is a number, or if it is, it's a higher number than I have recorded. Huh. I remember I briefly had to deal with some very high numbers, didn't I? No, well, not very high, but higher. Hello, Sigourn. That might be the second one in that sequence, the right hand one I should say, might be 15. And the left hand one might be 20, so that would be 20 and 15. But I don't think I ever deduced I don't think I ever got to grips with the 2-digit Denis numbers because because they had single-digit numbers that went really quite high by combining parts of the various lower digit numbers inside the square. Well, I'm just thinking this is probably a 2-digit number. I know that sometimes they also do the I know with some of the 2-digit numbers they actually draw them joined up, whereas those are clearly separate. Now, I know they have a single-digit number for 25, which suggests that it isn't base 25. But I suppose hypothetically, if it were, which way round was it? Was it 20 and then 15, or 15 and then 20? Even though I just said it, I've forgotten. 20 and then 15. So that I would suggest that that number is certainly not less. If it is one number, it's certainly not less than 515. It could be quite a lot greater than that, though. Yes, Penky says if it was one number, it would have been written together, I think. Yes. So it's probably 2 numbers then. Base 25, sub base 5, or base 5, sub base 25. I forget how it's technically phrased. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Well, that sort of makes sense. See, the interesting thing is that if it's base 25, then why in Riven did they have a single-digit number for 25? 25, you'd have thought, would have been the first two-digit number, a 1 followed by whatever the 0 is. Perhaps they don't have zeros. Perhaps that's why they had a single-digit 25, because they couldn't have a 1 and a 0. Zero is an empty square. Okay, they do have a 0. Yeah. Well, in Riven, they used, I think it was a square with an X-like symbol through it to be their 25. And it was a single digit. Yes, connecting the corners. I thought it was a dot in a square for a 0. Could be, I don't know. Where was I? I was going to head down lower, wasn't I? Very briefly, did I miss anything in this room? I feel like this machine is supposed to do something, but I don't know what that thing is. I think the special for 25 is because it makes more sense in the puzzle design, and they didn't have to make it more complex than that. I would guess they didn't plan for a huge fan base to totally overanalyze it. They were wrong. Yes. I'm not sure if I mentioned it when I was playing Riven, but when I was playing Riven, I myself thought it was strange that they had a single-digit number for 25, because that would suggest that if it was... Because I had seen two-digit numbers up to that point, and that suggested they had a base well in excess of 25, which was surprising. Since the Denis like 5 so much, the next logical point would have been for it to be base 125, which would have been quite a large base, but clearly that's not the case. The puzzle had 5 sliders, and therefore it makes sense for 5 symbols, not sometimes have a double-digit symbol. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that's all it was. They just thought it made the puzzle more clear. And I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, it's not like in real life that we don't have multiple symbols for the same thing. We certainly do. Even numbers can be drawn differently.
Stand in awe. The surface is 3 miles above us. 3 miles. Our construction is triumphant and tragic. You will not be able to continue downward without providing fresh air to the tunnels. Raise this floor and power the fans. I trust you can discover how.
Interesting. That is still so disconcerting. Did you notice how after he'd vanished, his shadow was still down there? Hello, Cyver. It's lovely to see you. Mist 5, what a wonderful disaster. Oh dear, is it a disaster? As I mentioned perhaps too excessively at the start of the stream, I've been having quite a lot of technical difficulties with this game. It's a bit different. Well, I don't mind different. Goodness. Why do they keep doing that? It's incredibly disconcerting. I wonder if that's what's left of the Denis people. Okay. Interesting. It seems to have some timing mechanism built into it. Definitely something up there. Not sure what it is. This just goes back round here. Back down here. And the other side? That looks like the symbol I saw over there. I don't think it's the same though. No, I don't think it is. Oh, it might be actually. I think it is the same. What about over here? Another symbol, a yellow one this time. And is there a yellow... There is a yellow button here. And can I make it all the way up? And if I do, what do I find? Is this where I was before? Pretty sure it is. Yes, I'm pretty certain that is. So if I go down this way, I'm going to end up at the blue switch again, aren't I? Blue switch? Blue button, I should say. Well, I suppose the obvious thing to try... Oh, nearly missed that.
I was very young when I first felt strong. Indeed, I was young, but I thought I understood. I had many abilities, even then, but little wisdom. Better to have fewer abilities and much wisdom. I knew I was doing something great for us, but what I did was foolish for me. I thought I was reuniting our family, bringing back what joy we once had. I almost brought an end to life. Yet again, it was a friend who came to our aid. Now, I think that most things cannot be returned to how they were. My brothers were not to be released, but the Maker turned my poor choice to some small good, and Aknar was redeemed. My tears flow as I write these memories, the suffering and pain I have caused and endured, and yet I am thankful. I will be powerful like the Barrow.
Hello?
I long to be so strong. They will sing a song of thankfulness. They will sing a song without regard to their circumstances. They will stand and take time to sing to the Maker with hearts of joy. If only I could have such a heart.
Barrow. Or Barrow. Barrow, I think. Ah, more of those symbols. I should probably be making a note of them. But since I seem to have access to all of the journals right now, I guess there's no rush. Yes, I do. Hold on, let me just quickly check. Is there another journal entry by the yellow one? Doesn't look like it. So what happens when I press it? I want to see, does the bit in the middle go... It does go yellow, so it goes like the other symbol. So what happens if I press them both at the same time? This may be a terrible idea, incidentally, a bit like if Neo in The Matrix just grabbed both pills and took them at the same time. But let's see what happens. Red? I wasn't expecting it to go red. Green would have made more sense. Well, I've done something. Well, I think that's half the job done. Now the obvious question is, what is below? Now that I've lifted the floor up, what's going to be left? Have I opened up a passageway further down? No. Or if I have, this is not the way to access it. I suppose for the sake of thoroughness, I should probably check the other side. Nothing's more frustrating in puzzle games like Myst than to assume something is the case, because it would be logical, and then have that hold back your progress for a great deal of time. Okay, yeah. So this seems to be blocked on all sides. Fair enough. Can I press it again? Yes. Ooh, that looked buggy. I'm only gonna press it a third time to bring it back up, but I just wanted to know if that was something within my power. Incidentally, this takes some doing. Escher wasn't underestimating when... Sorry, Escher wasn't exaggerating when he was extolling the greatness of Denis engineering. That looks like the same symbol that was on the blue, yellow and red buttons. Okie doke. Escher said something about us needing to get the fans going? Ooh. Did we have access to this before and I just missed it? I feel like that wasn't there before. I could be wrong. I suppose the question is, can I get round to where we were before without going through the middle bit? No, I can't. So that must be an area we've only just gained access to. Whereas over here we did have access to before. Yes, that seems to make sense. Right, so this journal.
Alone. There is a powerful conjunction between the in and the out, the beneath and the above. A wound, a mouth, a well, a pit. I wanted to make the journey for myself from where the Denis dug upward, where they almost came to the surface. From the place where Tiana first climbed downward and where Father followed evil into the ground. I began my journey with a heavy burden. It was Tiana who came to Denis and caused its fall. I am from her. I feel I am destined to bring another destruction. Father and Mother tried to prepare me, tried to tell me who they thought I was. I still see the power of each. I have the best of each, and the burden of each. And as they watched me leave, I saw the sadness and the fear. But more terrifying, I saw their hope. And I left my comfort to find me. And even as I took my first step away from Tumana, my shoulders ached for the burden I bore. Deep prophecies and weighty destinies. So much to learn and understand about myself, My father said we can never understand, we can only understand more. The more I understood, the more powerful I became. And the more dangerous I became, and the less I understood.
Huh. Well, I've done something. That sounds like... yes, machinery moving. So I assume that's the fans working now?
What will I become? I will make something more of me. I will rebuild what I am. Is there anyone who is master over me? Have I not become the grower? The grower. Yet all I grow is anger. Watching them call, watching them fail, waiting, watching. I am the grower. How can I wait much longer on such fools?
Okay, that's the third one. And there's another Deneen numeral on there. Which one is that, actually? Back to Riven Notes. That is... I think that's 8. Which is interesting, because there's only 4 of those locations. I assume they're locations. I suppose I should call them nodes and edges or something. There's only 4 of those nodes, and yet that one appears to say 8 on it. Is Escher going to make another appearance now, I wonder? If not, I want to head back up, because there was another one of those rooms I visited, but I don't think I checked to see if Yisha had left a recording. Because I'm pretty sure I've only heard her recording in the room I was just in, and in the room at the very top. Okay, there wasn't one in here. Fair enough. That was worth double checking anyway. Okay, so we've raised the floor. We've turned on some machinery, which I hope is the fans. I wonder if our way will no longer be blocked if we go, or if we follow our way down now. It is still blocked. Fair enough. What does this do, if anything, now? Still seems to work. If I'm fast, I might be able to activate the other one and then rush over to the center again. I'm not sure there's any point though. It'll be interesting to see if it does anything different though. Well, it's just red, and this will presumably cause it to fall again. To be fair, previously when we brought the floor back down, we hadn't turned on the machinery. and we couldn't turn on the machinery until we brought the floor up. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that this may be what we're supposed to do next. I noticed this structure here that looks like a door. It looks like one of the doors we saw towards the start of the game. I noticed this before. I wonder if there's now a way to open it. Possibly not. Okay, if I head back up. Is there anything new available to us? Doesn't look like it. Yes, that's where we made it across. So we couldn't have gone there until the floor had been raised. I can't help but wonder if the thing that looks like the door is not the way to proceed. Let me make that red again, because I think I accidentally hit the blue button when I was walking past. I don't appear to have a way of interacting with it at present. The doors like that we previously encountered had a lever nearby. I see no lever. Okay, maybe it's time that we have a look in one of those linking books then. I'm not saying for certain that we can't make any more progress here at present, but if we can, it's not immediately obvious how we would. Oh, I see, it's those counterweights going down which block the doors at the bottom. Very clever. Which way do I want to go? It's this way, isn't it? This is still on. I'll tell you what though, if these are interconnected, as this little diagram here might imply, oh okay, I can take a closer look, then I wonder if we can pop out at a lower level. Because so far we've encountered 3 of these. That one, and that one, I think, maybe? So perhaps if we link, perhaps we can use the linking book system to appear lower down. And maybe open the door from the other side.
Ah, the Rebo. An age for resting. Such a peaceful place. And the way to get to the first stage. There. That profane thing and the other pedestals like it are not of Dafni. They are a regrettable part of this journey. The pedestal will allow you to link in a manner similar to the book that brought you here, but know this. They are perverted tools of the creatures.
Huh.
The creatures. You've seen them. Always watching. Calling to one another in the darkness. Loathsome. Wraiths. They are not as we are. Remember that. Touch the pedestal. It will bring you to the age of Noloben.
Noloben.
I will find you there.
So, was that just, was that good advice, or just a touch of racism there? Okay, we can go this way. Oh, I see. I get it. This is how they restrict us to only accessing areas we've already been. So we can't use the Linking Book network to appear lower down. I presumably should have been opening these up as I went along. That being the case... Ooh, I wonder if there's any value popping in here when the floor's down. I don't know that there is. But that might be worth a go just to see what I can see. This game is so preachy. I remember getting so annoyed with Escher and Yisha. Yeah. Yisha in particular doesn't seem to be in the best mental health. No, there was no other Linking Book on this level, was there? And Escher, I have no idea what to make of him. Only just met the man, you know? I do hope that these are all legitimate linking books and that none of them are trap books. Because I would 100% fall for it if one of these were a trap book. Okay, that one says 7. Wait, no. I think I have been getting my numbering wrong. Haven't I? I said previously one of them was 8 and that one was 7. I think I've been adding 5. But I won't know until I... Sorry, just got distracted in my notes. Where's the relevant part? Yeah, that was 2. And the one I said was 8 was actually 3. So, yep, that's completely on me. This is new. Woo! Okie doke. I'll have to investigate that shortly, but I'm mostly here to open up my path. Yes, the thing that distracted me was that I was going through my notes and I noticed the notes I had on the combination from the original Myst game for using the elevator. Because of course you had the room with the 2 books in that had Achenar and Cirrus trapped in, and there was the elevator in there which required a certain combination of squares to be pressed, and that made me immediately think of the fireplace elevator in the 4th game, and I was just curious for a second if the combination was the same, even though the mechanism was definitely different. Because I remember the pattern in the 1st game you got from a book of patterns, and you literally just pressed each of these cells you wanted turned on, whereas in the 4th game it was you press a cell and then all adjacent cells, but not the cell you pressed, get toggled. So the puzzle was distinct. I wondered if the pattern was the same, but I don't think it is. Where was I? Heading towards the linking book here. Yep, that's 1. I'm not sure how I managed to put the slab down last time, and I certainly don't know how to put it down this time. What did I do before? Somehow I managed to drop it last time. Interesting. So apparently I don't overwrite saves, I just create new ones. And I really don't know how to get rid of this. Do I just click on this? Yes, it would seem so. Fair enough. Okay, so now I should have access to 3 of the 4 islands. Let's head back here. And if I've gone to the right place, then what I want to try is lowering the floor, then making my way back up, linking back into the islands. What's it called? The Age of Direba. And then linking my way back up the top and seeing if that provides access to anything interesting. Yeah, this is where we want to be going. Out of curiosity, I had two choices there, didn't I? What happens if I go the other way? Or am I just mistaken? I think I'm just mistaken. Oh, I see. I think. Yeah. Ignore me. So, of course, the lift wouldn't be here because I had previously gone all the way up. Okie dokie. Let's link in. Can't go that way, so we'll go the other way. I think this is the one we want. Now, bear in mind, it may well be that this gains us nothing. I just wanted to do it for curiosity's sake. Yeah, it looks like this hasn't revealed anything. Worth a go, though. It would have been an obvious way to... it would be an obvious way to hide content in the way you would for a puzzle, but I suppose if that was actually going to lead to anything, then they probably would have hinted towards it in some way or other. So I assume I have access to... three different ages now, in addition to the ones I already have, the two I already have. Well, Escher described the age over here as Nalaben, didn't he? And seemed to indicate this was the first age. So I guess we'll head here. Ah, is that Escher over there?
Welcome to my age. Nolaben.
Nolaben, sorry.
When Dukhni died, I fled here. From death to death. You will see the fingerprints of the creatures everywhere. This was their home, and they did not welcome me. To survive, I was forced to learn. You will learn here as well. It is not like the other ages. Much to learn. First, the stone slate. Pick it up from the pedestal and take it with you. But know this about the slates. They too are abominations made by the Bahro creatures, abuse of the art of writing. Still, they carry great power. You will find that you can write on the slates anything you wish. There are some elementary symbols that creatures understand. At least in this way you can use the Bahro hindrance for your good. They will take it if you drop it. They will obey it if you order them. They will return it in time.
Well, that's
As you
interesting.
learn, you will have more control.
He's done it again. This is an interesting and entirely new mechanic. Huh. Well, in principle, I like the idea of having a language to communicate with a computer-controlled faction. But I guess we'll have to see how well implemented it is. So, I think to grab the slate... Oh no, the slate's here as well. So did the slate teleport with me, or is it a different slate this time? Or is this space somehow in both locations at the same time? Important questions which I will probably never know the answer to. Or interesting questions, at least. Wait, hold on. How do I write on it? I probably... Before I go looking for the creatures, I should probably figure that part out. It's not clear, is it? Ooh, hello. Is this how I write on it? No? Okay, I don't know what I did with the slate or how I get it back. Ah, it's down there. Just fell to the floor. Fair enough. But in all seriousness, how do I... Oh. Can I undo? Or is that permanently there now? Very ambitious way to do it. To have the players themselves freehand write on the slates. Because that must mean they've written algorithms to try and do pattern matching. Let me try again. To do pattern matching on what they've drawn. Which is perfectly doable, but it makes the problem a lot more ooh, I didn't mean to do that. It makes the problem a lot harder for the developers than it needed to be. So, should I just try drawing some of these and seeing what the creatures do? Yes, I suppose what I should do is, strictly speaking, I should certainly start with one symbol at a time. Strictly speaking, I don't know whether the symbols I'm looking at on that wall are commands that I can give to the creatures or not. So I suppose I should start by just putting some of those symbols on the tablet and seeing if the creatures seem to behave any differently. And then, assuming they do look differently, behave differently, go back and start making notes of start making notes of what they do for each symbol. He just looked confused that time. It makes it hard on the player to draw with their mouse correctly enough. Depends how small you have to do it. But I agree, it probably would have worked better if they'd... Oops. It probably would have worked better if they'd implemented it differently. Both easier on the devs and on the player. Again, he looks confused. Look down here. That's an idea, isn't it? Let's try that. Also, thank you for the advice. Or the suggestion. I wonder if I can just drop it here and the creature will appear. He probably will. That'll save me a bit of time if he is confused again. That didn't do what I expected it to do. Maybe I can't do it over there. I need to look at the creature. Again, he looks confused. Will he appear over here, I wonder? Yes. But he put it back here this time. I could see that it still had writing on from the display here. But he behaved as though it was blank. Oh, let me try that once more. There we go. That's more like it. So let's try that again. No, I want to drop it, please. Yeah, we can see there's still writing on it. So none of that's worked, unfortunately. There is writing all along here. It's possible that this is what I'm supposed to be replicating, not anything I've seen elsewhere. So let's try that. That's a symbol we see here. He seems to be getting quite frustrated. Okay, I've not had any luck with that tablet yet. Let's cautiously head further into the caves and see if we encounter any help. Because it's always possible we'll find some writing on the walls or something like that that we can use. Oh, this just goes back round here. What about down here? They just connect to each other, don't they? Yep. That's all it is. Oh, slightly disappointing. Cyan should have allowed the sketching done automatically like in Myst 3. Well, with Myst 3, the sketching was automated by there being a small set of symbols that the player was supposed to encounter, the player then automatically sketching out those symbols when they encountered them, and then those sketches appeared in their inventory, which they could then place on a projector. So yes, I suppose then the way they'd do that is when you find a wall of text, the player then automatically sketches out all those symbols, and then they can use those sketches as a type of keypad when they're accessing the tablet. I guess that would work. You only have to sketch every symbol once here at least. Oh, I had no idea that was the case. I was genuinely wondering if the reason I'd had no success so far was if it was using some more complex syntax, like all sentences require a subject, an object, and a verb, or something like that in some order. Okay, I can't help but think that if I'm able to go through the cave and get to the other side of the island, that there must be something I'm supposed to be able to do over there at some point. But I don't know what that is, or how I would go about it yet. Oh, sorry, I've been away. I just assumed you had succeeded with sketching once at least. Unfortunately not. I wonder if I'm able to order the creatures to do something useful. on this side. Another frustrating thing is it's not clear whether the reason that this sketching hasn't been succeeding is because I've been sketching things that don't make sense, you know, as in, you know, orders which aren't grammatically correct or something like that, or if the game expects me to input the symbols slightly differently and it wasn't matching. Because it could be that my drawing's just not good enough. This is the first age you have been to that isn't the tunnel? Pedantically speaking, no, but I think if I understand what you mean, essentially yes. Because of course I've been to what was it, Darabi? Which is obviously the age that links to all the other ages. Or Darabo. And I've also, technically, I was in the age at the very start of the game where I met Yisha for the first time. So, yes, pedantically speaking, I suppose I've been to 4 ages at this stage. But this is the first age other than the tunnel where I've had any puzzles to solve. Another possibility, other than it being my sketching or the orders not making grammatical sense or something like that, is possibly oops. Possibly only some of these symbols do anything, or possibly these aren't the symbols I want. I suppose you could argue that's a subset of the orders don't make sense, but what I'm getting at is there's a lot of reasons why this might be failing, and it's not entirely clear which it is. Yes, this is the first age I've been to which hasn't been purely for accessing other ages or for story purposes. He hasn't understood a single thing yet. Not even when I put that symbol down. Okay, let's think about this logically. When the developers put this together, they know that the overwhelming majority of players are going to their mother tongue is going to be right to left, top to bottom. I say that because obviously this is a Western game. So it's reasonable to assume that not almost every player, but many players are going to see this symbol as the first one. And it'd be pretty bloody minded of the developers if this symbol in particular didn't do anything. So I will conclude for now that this should do something, and that there must be some other reason why. I say conclude. I will assume for now that symbol must be meant to do something, and there must be some other reason why he's not understanding it. What I find odd is, I mean, I don't want to sound conceited, but I didn't think what I drew there was a terrible representation of the symbol. It would also be very bloody minded of the developers if these weren't commands. If these were just other hieroglyphics, cave paintings, what have you, which weren't words, because clearly the player's going to bump into those fairly soon after acquiring the tablet, or even before, possibly, and that's what they're going to try. It is quite tolerant for detecting the symbols. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I have to assume that I haven't... Okay, it's possible that maybe one or two of the symbols I entered weren't close enough, but in general I have to assume that most of the symbols I've input don't make sense to the creature then. At least not in isolation. That's a different response. It was calling out, wasn't it? Okay. So I will copy out all these symbols into my notes then, and I suppose just over time I'm going to have to try and figure out what they all mean. Yeah, I don't think it's a spoiler, but I haven't seen anything you have entered that failed due to detection error tolerance. But I've only seen since I came back. I've been out for a walk or so. Fair enough. Thank you for letting me know that. That's a big help. A big help, and I'd agree that I don't think it's unreasonable. Unreasonable to let me know that. Nearly there. Nearly got them all copied out. Shame I can't take pictures like I could in the 4th game. That would have been nice. Right, how many symbols do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4... Sorry, how many symbols are there and then how many do I have? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 symbols there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I use the phone on the screen or Windows screenshots all the time. Yeah, I can very well imagine why. And I may end up doing that myself, but I won't do that immediately. I will attempt to do so just from my own notes to begin with. Okay. So, we know that the one that looks a bit like a bone seems to be some sort of call or howl. So, my original plan was with this was to determine whether those symbols... Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Can I pick it up again? It's a bit late, isn't it? My original plan had been to try and ascertain whether the symbols that were on that particular wall were the language of the Bahra, was it? Bahro, of the Bahro people. Now that I know that it appears to be, the next job is to systematically go through every symbol, including those I've done before, because I don't remember all of them, and all the ones I've tried, and see which ones have any sort of effect and which ones don't. I do remember the circle with the line going down, though, not having any discernible effect. Okay, that had no discernible effect. I can do better than that. There we go. And then there should be an inner one. That'll do. That'll do. That had no discernible effect. It did make a bit of a chirping noise. Oops. Oh, I did it again and he's just going to pick it up, isn't he? And take it back. What was I saying? Yeah, he did make a bit of a chirping noise that time, but I don't think that was because of the symbol I had drawn. Wait, that one, the line shouldn't extend outside the two circles for this one, I don't think. So let's put that one down. Again, no discernible effect. Oh, I need to be so much more careful about that. Was I blocking him from getting there? Yes, I think that's exactly it. Okay, that's worth remembering. I didn't know I could do that. Okay. Just a straight vertical line. Does that have any effect? No. I do hope line order doesn't matter. It shouldn't do. I do hope none of these are terrible curses or insults. I wouldn't want to enrage the poor fellow. Or lady? Or perhaps neuter. I really don't know. Perhaps they're a species with 3 sexes. I've got to say that I'm about halfway through the symbols now, and only one of them's had any discernible effect. That it does seem to have an extremely high failure rate. That was interesting. Will he do that again? Does that mean return or something? Oh, I'll tell you another experiment I should have done long before now. I should have drawn something that I knew didn't mean anything and see what he does. I know it sounds silly, but it may be that when he scratches his head, that isn't an indicator that he simply doesn't understand it. It may be specifically that he recognizes it but doesn't know how to perform. He can recognize it as a word but doesn't know what the significance of it is what I'm trying to get at. Okay, so that's worth writing down. That one seemed to do some sort of return. Return slate. Oh, and another experiment we can do is we could put, now that we have 2 that we know he understands, we could try putting both on there. Okay, so let's start by just putting something on here that doesn't mean anything, or shouldn't mean anything to him. What could we put on here? A Denis number. How's he going to respond? Okay, he did react with the similar sort of confusion as we've seen before. Fair enough. The other thing I want to do, as I just said, let's give him 2 instructions. So this one, in theory, should say call and then return. Return the slate. Return the slab. He didn't understand it. Or it's a way to make you draw a strange face. Yes. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if I was going to say, I wonder if they don't use multiple symbols in their writing system. But the problem with that theory is it begs the question, what do all the symbols that they don't understand mean? Because why would you, if they don't have sentences, then why would they have redundant symbols which don't mean anything? I suppose there are possibilities though. Perhaps these creatures were originally a slave race to some other race, and they taught them to respond to one-word commands, but that the writing on the wall contains more words than just commands they would know. I'm not saying it is the case, just that that's a possibility. Perhaps they have proper sentences, and you can't just stick 2 verbs together because you feel like it. Oops. Oh, that's annoying. Gotta wait for him to return it now. Wait, why did he come here twice? That's funny. I think perhaps there's something else going on there that I don't appreciate yet. Okay, what do we have left? Okay. We're about 2/3 to 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through the symbols now. Still nothing. Okay. Fair enough. That tablet is a great way to play tic-tac-toe with viewers. Indeed it would be. probably do more games with viewers, really. Oh, hello. He interpreted that as return as well. There's that symbol, but there's also that symbol. So either one of them could have been return. I guess I need to distinguish them more. So one of them is a... hold on. One of them is a big old circle with a little dot in the middle. I may be over-exaggerating it, but... let's see if it interprets that the same way. He does. Okay. That's interesting. So that implies that that is the return, not that as I previously speculated. So let's make this one really square this time and go out of our way to fill it in without quite going up to the edge. There we go. He didn't understand it. Okay, so my note from earlier is incorrect then. Clearly what I drew was too close to another symbol. That's interesting though. That suggests that the whatever algorithm they're using for detecting what is written is actually really quite proactive. It's over eager to find matches. That doesn't always work in your favour, mind you, but it's worth bearing in mind. Let's try that again. There we go. Then a smaller one inside. And then we want 2 lines. And there's only one more symbol to try now. Oops. Try and keep the horizontal lines more or less straight. So that's surprising. Of those 20 symbols, the creature only understood 2 of them. Now that I know that this is actually the return slate command, let's try it. Try it again. Try combining 2 again. Ah, he understood that. But he didn't take it. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was quite likely he would perform both actions. Okay, so what if we do it left to right instead of top to bottom? He gets confused. That makes me think that perhaps last time when I did one on top and one on the bottom, perhaps for whatever reason the algorithm that's being used considered it a match for the top symbol, and just the data in the bottom symbol wasn't necessarily ignored, but it, for whatever reason, it was it didn't contribute. No, that's the wrong way to put it. It didn't change the match, as it were. So what I'm getting at is perhaps it matched this to this just because it was so over-eager. And I'm sure the bottom bit would have been taken into account, but it still thought they matched. That would be my best guess. If that's the case, then that means that strongly suggests that there are no multiple symbol commands. To be fair, it would make the algorithm that much harder if they wanted to provide players with the ability to give multiple orders in one go. So, just for my satisfaction, let's try reversing it. It will be interesting to see whether the top bit takes precedent, or if the bottom bit, being the larger and more complex symbol, gets matched in spite of the other data. But in fact neither happened. Okay, that's really interesting. So we've gone through every symbol now and tried some very likely variations. And consistently we found that multiple symbols aren't understood, and that of the single symbols, only 2 are understood. How odd. So perhaps it's... Well, hello there, Mr. I assume you're vaguely a snake? Where was I? So I'd assume then that the other symbols must make sense contextually. Now there is a symbol over there. I can't quite see it, but I can see that it's got 2 circles on it. And of the commands we know, of the 2 that work, the call out one was one of them. And so I was thinking, what if we get him to call out over here? I wonder if that will cause anything to happen. No, nothing? So just to clarify, what I'm speculating is I wonder if we were in a room with a lever, if one of the commands actually says pull lever, and he's teleporting in on the beach and it says pull lever, and he's scratching his head thinking, well, how do I do that? Oh, we can just walk over here. I didn't realise that. I thought it was too deep. Oh, there's a little I've forgotten the proper name for that. Sandbar, is that the correct term? Not sure it is. I think there's a better name for that. Well, it's a ford, certainly, but it's a ford across water made out of sand. I feel like there's a better name for that. This doesn't seem to do anything. There's a big spiral in the... Hold on. Let's get him to call out. No. Oh no, he's about to take it away. Give it back. Ah, good. I can do that. Let's have him call out while we're right next to this big stone. And see if that does anything. Nope. Oh dear. I hate to say it, but I think I have to go back and try them all again. Because as I was speculating just a moment ago, it could be that some of these are contextual, and it could be that one of the commands says, push the stone out the way. How would I know? Wait, what was that? Is that a consistent response? Because it looked like he was afraid. Is that just one of the various, I don't know how to do what you're telling me to do? No, it's not. Because of course there's a variety of confused animations, isn't there? It would seem a bit odd for one of them to be being afraid, but no. He does seem to have responded to that. That does seem to have been a response to that particular symbol for some reason. Which he wasn't doing previously. Oh, by the way, where did you find that sketch? Or the one with circles on the side? I found it on a wall. I'll show you in a second. I'll do the next one and then I'll go back and show you. Oh, are you familiar with where I mean? Yes, I think we're talking about the same place. There was 20 symbols on there, and of those 20 symbols, I've so far got reactions out of 3 of them, and one of them I only got a reaction whilst the tablet was right in front of this big stone, specifically the symbol that made him look afraid. So the failure rate seems extremely high. That's terrible. Let me try that again. That's not the best circle. Not the best circle, but better. Hopefully that's legible. He still hasn't a clue what to do. Right. Whoa! What was that? Did he just make it rain? Oh, I wanted that tablet. That's where I got the symbols from. Oh. It's causing them to fill. The pots, that is. Right, I want my tablet back. I'm going back to the big stone. And I'm going to attempt the other symbols again. We were about a third to a half of the way through. What was that? Oh, it's not raining anymore. See, the thing is, I can speculate that that means rain, but equally, it might mean read from the altar that's in... That's not an altar, is it? Read from the religious artifact that's in front of you and then perform the miracle that's associated with it, or something like that. Because he didn't do that last time I made that symbol. Wait. There's a similar symbol there. Perhaps I should try those. Oh look, there we go. That looks like... that could be instructions of some sort, and so does that. I will have to experiment with that very shortly. No, I'm not going to risk the one that gets interpreted as... Oh, actually, I will. I'll just have to draw it very carefully. Because there's the symbol that isn't return the slab, but gets mistaken for it. So I have to try and draw it very square and... Oops. Making sure that the centre's filled in and not just a dot. Oh! That's been added. That wasn't there before. That's interesting. Okay, we're more than halfway through again. Good evening, Geisha. It's lovely to see you. Sounds like a very busy day. Sorry to hear that. But, I'm glad the stress is over for now. So far, Myst 5 has been fairly interesting. Why did you take that away? That wasn't the symbol for taking away. Yeah, I had quite a lot of technical difficulties at the start, but things seem to have improved. Wait, what? Where did he take it then? If he hasn't returned it, where's it gone? He's just absconded with my slate. Maybe he's had enough of me ordering him about and giving him instructions that don't make sense. No, but in all seriousness, where has my slate gone? I drew a horizontal line with 2 vertical lines going through it. Was that code for destroy the slate or something? What on earth has he done with it? Have I been through here recently? Or at all? No, I haven't been through here, but that's not particularly helpful at present. Yes, I was just joking. I don't think they'd actually have a instruction for destroy the slate, but I am genuinely at a loss as for what he's done with it, because I can't find it anywhere. I could try leaving this age and coming back, seeing if that resets it. No, it's not back at the pedestal. Let's make our way back there. Please note the distinct lack of slate. I think maybe you'd had enough. He or she. Yep, well and truly gone. It's certainly not on the ground where I left it. I left it in front of the big rock on the other side of the island, where you cross the sea. So I'm going to try. I see there's actually two symbols here I can click. This is the pedestal. No slate there. And if I head back to... click on the bottom symbol of the pedestal, okay. Huh. I wasn't expecting that. I do indeed have it back. Will that take me back to where I was before? Seems so. Okay, so the question is that reproducible? Forget about that jump and keep the tablet. Was that content I wasn't supposed to see yet? Oh, it's even got the same symbol still on it. Wonderful. Right, what's he gonna do? He's taken it. So thus far it's the same as before. Yeah, you accidentally triggered something from the future. Goodness. So does that mean that it misinterpreted the symbol I drew? Because as you can see, I just did a horizontal line with two vertical lines through it, which is one of the symbols we see on the wall. Here. So did it misinterpret it as something else, or was I just... did the devs not think I would try writing that symbol in the location where I did. Oh yeah, I've got that now. Let's try it again. This time drawing from scratch. Yeah, the game algorithm has too much leeway and it misinterpreted your sketch. Fair enough. I think it was something you drew early that enabled that pedestal. Then the barrow returned the tablet to the other pedestal. Oh, that's interesting. Where was I? Finish off the handful of other symbols I haven't done yet. So it wasn't the 3 lines that was the issue, but something earlier. Well, clearly it interpreted the 3 lines as a symbol that it wasn't. At the very least, that must have taken place. Because the 3 lines isn't the conventional return command. So I suppose it must have misinterpreted my input twice? It's strange that something I did earlier triggered something without me even realising that anything had happened, because the only other thing I'd done was caused it to rain, and that was using one of these symbols on the wall. That's terrible. Let me try again. That was using the 6 dots. Okay, and just one more to try. The 6 dots were also a misinterpretation by the algorithm. Oh. I've not had the best introduction to the game today, have I? First, all the technical difficulties at the start, trying to get things set up and bugs and what have you. Now I'm seeing content that wasn't supposed to have happened yet. Yes, indeed, that doesn't seem to have worked. But you can see how I drew it before, because the game saved it. To be fair, you're playing it kind of backwards. Oh. I did not realise that. Let's see what happens if I copy that out. Wait, where did my tablet go? There we go. Wasn't this age number 4 or maybe 3? Possibly so. Although I would mention the fact that Escher specifically called this the first world. Even though I don't think it is the world that corresponds to 1, if that makes sense. So that's why I came here first. I don't know why he did that, because that wasn't the symbol I drew. Never mind. Let's check out some of the other ages then. Presumably that takes me back. Yes, indeed it does. That'll take me back to... Oh, what was it called? Dareba? Something like that. What's the vowel on the end of that particular age? Because I seem to have written it down a bit sloppily.
I don't know why the creatures chose this place for the slates. Tagira. Cold, barren, desolate, it has been described. However, also purposeful. No doubt Yisha sees only evil here. This was a prison age. For those who committed monstrous crimes, they were sent to this place to live out their lives. Justice, not evil. Use the slate to free yourself. Huh? The burden you carry is heavy, but for that, you will be thankful.
Interesting. Ooh. Did you say use the tablet to free myself? These must be shortcuts to... No, they're not, are they? They clearly... I'm guessing they're all associated with places within each age. But they're presumably not teleports for the player. Trivia: the voice actor for Escher is David Ogden Stiers, which I may be mispronouncing. When he came in to record, his agent required that no one asked him about his role on MASH. He played Charles, and that's how most people remember him. Oh, I didn't know that. So I'm guessing that was probably the second age, so this is probably the first. Unless I've... yes, I definitely haven't gone back on myself, have I? So, presumably, this is where I learn whatever... whatever inscription it is that will allow me to free myself in the second age. Hello, game? Okay, we're good. I was worried for a second there. Whoa! You don't see that every day. Let's have a quick save, shall we? Oh, the one I was just at was the first. Okay, fair enough. I could quite believe it. Didn't Genn have a habit of naming his ages numerically? I wonder if these were the first ages he created. Then again, he had got up to some very, very high numbers by the time of Riven. So I guess there's a slim possibility that he was just continuing the numbering of someone that came before him. Oh no, but Escher said that the Ice One was a prison age, didn't he? It's not impossible that Genn was important enough that he created a prison age and then the D'ni used it, but it's more likely these weren't of his creation.
Built to study the heavens, and glorious heavens you will find here. I'm only sad we were never allowed to finish. I've told you some of the story. Yesha's great-grandmother, Tiarna, came to us desperate for control, convincing our people to betray rules we had held for generations. And we died. Yesha claims such death, as painful as it was, had to be done. A plan of the Maker, and that she will rebuild. She will rebuild. I will tell you, such delusive wisdom comes from vague feelings and daydreams, and the tablet you will have is far too powerful for such wisdom. Todelmer, enjoy the beauty of the heavens while you consider the power that can control them.
Thank you, Escher. Vague as ever. I haven't come across any of Yesha's diary entries for a long time. Oh, my frame rate. Interesting. Oh, did Escher mispronounce Yisha's great-grandmother's name? Huh. My way blocked again. This is becoming a theme. She's called Tiana, but not sure if I've heard it pronounced earlier. Think it said somewhere though. Or even Anna, I think, by some. Interesting. Or presumably that's a shortening. Ooh, 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 ooh. What have we got here? We've got sets of numbers. I'm guessing that's a 0 then. A square with a dot in the middle. Okay, so I guess what we'll do is we'll head back and I will actually make a note of the numbers of each of the ages. And then I guess we'll start on whichever one is number 1. Ah, okay. Is that 2? Is that Denis numeral 2? It is. Todelma. No one at Cyan wanted to tell the voice actor how to properly pronounce Denis or Tiana, so they kept it in. Interesting. To be fair, I see nothing wrong with different characters of different backgrounds having different ways of pronouncing things. So I hardly think that's harmed the experience in any way. Probably makes it slightly more interesting. And that's 3. So this is Nolaben, isn't it? Ah, I see. Yeah, just to check, what's the name of this age? Because I wrote it down poorly. It's Dire and then something else. Direbo? Is that? Or Direbi? What was I doing? I was going to head into the first age, wasn't I? And seeing if I could achieve anything. How odd it is that he would have asked me to free myself if this is the first stage I can access, given that at this stage I wouldn't have had a single symbol. Perhaps it's just assumed that you can't do anything till you reach the... It is Bo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Saving me from my awful handwriting. Oh, I see there's writing all along there as well. It's a bit indistinct to read though. Alright, let's go back and try the old... the old trick of trying all the symbols I found on the wall and seeing which of those has any effect. Her name was Anna before she discovered the Denis. She assumed a Denis name after marrying Atreus, Gen's father. Gen's son, I believe. Oh, sorry, that's spelt differently, isn't it? I apologise. Presumably pronounced the same, though. So Atreus, Gen's father, the novels fill in a lot of the blanks. Right, so... Tiana and Gen... Sorry, Tiana and Atreus are the... Oh, for goodness sake. Have I just discovered something that I wasn't supposed to discover again? Sorry, where was I? So, Tiana and Atreus married. They had a son, Gen. Gen married somebody whose name was mentioned in the second game, but I've forgotten. I probably have it written in my notes somewhere. And then they are the parents of Atreus. Atreus then married Catherine. And they had Cirrus, Achenar, and Yesha. Keter, thank you. I will write that down in my notes so I don't forget. So, Atreus with an I. And... Tiana. Their son was Gen. Gen and Keter. Their son was Atreus, without an A. Atreus and Catherine. I do remember her Rivanese name was pronounced slightly differently, wasn't it? But, close enough. They had... Achenar was the oldest, wasn't he? Achenar... Cirrus... And then finally Yesha. Right, so the question is, was this supposed to happen? Was I supposed to discover this now? By trying just one of the symbols that was on the wall? Or was that another case where it was too over-eager to find a match? So let's try that again and see if I get the same result. We want a circle with 2 vertical lines through it. The game was too overeager to find a result, so I discovered future content early yet again, it would seem. Which is frustrating. Let's try this symbol again. I'm expecting it will just cause him to call out. But let's see. Optical pattern matching has gotten so much better in recent years. This game could really benefit from a remake. Not to mention to address the performance and UI bugs. He's disappeared with it again. I actually missed the live action characters and even the pre-rendered graphics. The game always felt different. You mean unlike in this game where much of it is with 3D characters actually in the world? Yeah. It certainly had a style of its own, and it's certainly not disagreeable. Maybe I was supposed to discover this now. Maybe... Oops, that's the wrong one, isn't it? Nope, you were not. Fair enough. I don't think people's hand drawing has been better throughout the years, so tolerance still needs to be high. Well, there's a difference between tolerance and false positives. I think it's I think the problem is that the algorithm I think the base algorithm isn't very clever, and they're making up for it by pumping the tolerance way up. Which of course helps prevent false negatives. So if a player puts a symbol in vaguely right, they're unlikely to have it not recognised, but he really, really wants to recognise that as the symbol for here. But it does lead to this false positive problem. I genuinely think if a developer were to approach this problem today, they could do a much better job. Try to find the books to order. Found one of them that I can order for like £250. I'll keep looking. Goodness gracious me. Perhaps we'll come back to that one. Yeah, that's the one I was just doing. So, next one's this one. So is the issue that they didn't print enough copies of the book, and so now it's a collector's item worth much more than its recommended retail value? Or maybe use other methods for interfacing that fills the same purpose? Yes. To be honest, that would be a good idea. Yeah, not easy to find to order here, sadly, but I'm not giving up. Where was I up to? I've forgotten. I think... Oh, I can see plainly. Oh, that's actually a feature I missed. I didn't appreciate the significance of why they leave the last symbol on the tablet. It's so that players will know if they're going through a list of symbols, which was the last one they did, presumably. Basically just some US sellers on Amazon that deliver only to US. Huh. That's surprising, in a way. Because I thought the US had good access to international shipping. And I thought eBay liked to facilitate that, but perhaps I'm wrong. He's absconded with the book again. And that is definitely a different symbol to the last one I did. To be honest, it is so over-eager to interpret what I've written as the teleport to that particular future place that I do wonder if the algorithm for detecting the pattern on the tablet may actually be context dependent. I wonder if because they know a player is going to want to enter a a particular symbol in this room or in this age that the algorithm actually emphasizes that symbol. Amazon Prime and what's delivered by Amazon themselves are quite good, usually like $20 shipping or so, but possible for rare items. Otherwise, EU versions of Amazon is better. Those are however sold by small companies or people themselves that handle shipping themselves. Oops, I meant to pick that up. Right, so far, none of those symbols were particularly helpful. So supposing I had just come here, are there any clues in the room as to what I'm supposed to try? Because it seems odd for Escher to have just told me, use the tablet to free yourself without any other context. I mean, I suppose I could have tried any of those symbols, but I don't fancy that. How odd. Hold on. Those are reflections of the ceiling. Why do I not have a reflection or a shadow? Yet another concerning and interesting question. Probably render performance, yes. Huh. It's funny, I just don't see a way to progress here without knowledge from other ages. Like being the first one, you'd think you'd be able to make some progress from the get-go. But I really do not see the necessary information. I mean, having come to this age, if I'd come here first of all, I wouldn't have even had Escher's explanation of the language itself. And the fact that you can put words onto the tablets. So all that is making me think that the third age is actually the first one where the player is supposed to make some sort of breakthrough. I don't particularly fancy going through the whole list again of all the symbols in the hopes that one of them will contextually do something that it hasn't before. Because that would make for very frustrating gameplay. So maybe I should try restricting myself to the few symbols I know do actually do something. At least for now. Hold that thought, Pengy. That's odd. Why is he not appearing? That is very odd. Can he not appear here? Yes, hold that thought. I'm going to do a quick bit of experimentation. Assuming it leads to nothing, then I will indeed take a hint. Right, is he just blocked from appearing here? It seems so, doesn't it? Can he not appear in heavily enclosed spaces? So if I go into the other cave, right into the middle of it, is he also unable to appear here? That looks good to me. It seems like it, doesn't it? But what about on this spot here? Oh, I can't go there. It's funny because there's a hole in the roof here, so if it was going to work on any spot, you'd think it would be here. But that's where it was before, wasn't it? Okay, let's just try it here quickly. Again, nothing. And just to verify, if I just dump it here, in the middle of the beach, does he appear and start howling? He does. That's interesting. I can't get too close to him. The game won't let me. Just to make absolutely, definitely sure. I'll drop that one and I'll go a long, long way away. Just to make sure it wasn't the game stopping it from happening because I was too close or something like that. No, it looks like he can't teleport into enclosed spaces. That is really good to know. We also know, well, I say can't, he won't. I don't know if that's due to a lack of an ability or lack of willingness. Anyway, that's the end of my experimentation. I don't know what to try now, so yes, I would very much like a hint, Pengi. I don't suppose there's any more beach that's traversable, or any more sections of water I can walk through. The tablets and the ages are different, so they are independent. You can progress the Ice Age. I just think you were too quick looking around. Thank you. Ooh, that's interesting. It's still got the last symbol I put on there. So that means it is the same tablet. Or I suppose it doesn't prove it, but it makes it extremely likely that it is. Okay. Going through here more slowly. You see the shape of the tablets differ a bit between the ages. Yes, I did. I realised they were physically different tablets, but I wasn't aware that they, I didn't know how independent they were, if that makes sense. I realised they were physically different objects, but I didn't know whether the same symbols would work with all of them, for example, or not. Okay. I mean, there's stuff around here, but it's just too dense. It's not that I couldn't try copying it, it's just I find it really hard that that's what the developers would have wanted. That's how they'd have designed it. Yeah, clues are quite clear when you see them. Oh, hello, what's that? Was that always there? Yeah, you ran over it a couple of times. Oh dear. I'm going to copy that down. And then I'm going to copy it onto the tablet and hopefully leave. Right, let's see what this does. Not the best inscription I've ever seen, but knowing how over-eager the pattern recognition is. Oh. He's ran off with it again. So to be clear, is this how I was supposed to get here? Or is that the algorithm being too tolerant? Nah, it wasn't. Fair enough. I like the ambition of this game, and I think there's some really good ideas. I'm just, it's just the implementation that seems like it still needs some work. You have already opened up this portal by accident, which means you will have access here. You will see the symbol to open up that portal later, and then you know you get access. Yes. That makes sense. Thank you. I could probably do a better job than that if I wanted. Well, I know I could, but let's try it once more. Alright, let's take my time this time. No, that won't do. There we go. Okay, how could that be improved? I could bring these lines down further. And I could bring these lines down further. Alright, once more. Let's try again. Let's make that bit really quite wide this time. Okay. Hopefully that's close enough. Am I missing something? If I try clicking on it, will I? No? Are my drawings simply not close enough, or am I missing something? It's not an issue about how well it detects patterns. Okay. I'm guessing this won't work then, but because I'd obviously started drawing it again, I thought I might as well finish. Okie dokie, we see this symbol over and over again, and we also see that symbol inside this larger symbol. So maybe I only need to draw the parts which have been added. So this more or less. How odd. I think when Escher introduced this area, he gave a very, very subtle hint for the solution. Your journal records everything he tells you automatically. Yeah, and I noticed another really subtle hint too in this area. I'm pretty sure he said I should use the tablet to help me escape. Can I just drop the tablet on here? Since it's roughly the right shape. Oh. And then there was the creaking of the ice. Whenever I stepped on it, that was the clue. Presumably. Wonderful? Honestly, that could have gone far worse. Why can I not climb this? Is it because of the tablet? Do I have to abandon the tablet to climb? It looks that way, doesn't it? Oh, and here's another symbol. And this time it's inside the tablet. And yet another symbol. Okay, let's try both of those. Oh, he's run off with my tablet, hasn't he? That's suboptimal. Oops. Presumably he's taken it. Yes. Okay, that one's recorded. Though I have a sneaking suspicion I'll never need that one again. Let's see what this one does. What's the centre bit again? Oh, it's just a circle. Fair enough. Let's try that again then. Circle. 4 spokes. And an arch on top. Well then. Oh, there was only 3 spokes. Was that a breakthrough I was supposed to make, or was that another misdetect? Interesting. Let's try that again. So circle. This time 3 spokes. Round we go. Down. It detected it at least. No, 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 no. I didn't mean it. Oh. It did something wonderful. Presumably I'll use that later. And this looks a lot like... Yeah, so this is how I was supposed to get here originally. Goodness, there's quite a lot here. Okay, these aren't dwellings or anything. Okay, I get it. I have to drop it if I want to interact with anything. I can understand why they did that from a realism standpoint, but I'm not sure it really enhances the gameplay.
Do you not marvel at what the prisoners were able to do here with so little? Structures, food, life. As Duchny built, so they did here. Nothing. None of it matters now. The future is all we have. Justice is at hand. We will build again.
Right, and this is how I save, isn't it? So if I go here... Do you wish to save your current game before loading a new save? No, I should end up right where I am. Wonderful. So that being the case, I think we'll stop there for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, in which I'll be continuing Myst 5. On Monday it will be more Myst 5, Wednesday will be my normal poetry, prose and riddles, and next Friday I assume will be more Myst 5. So, once again, thank you all for coming. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and good night.